Check.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you have given us. We thank you for the breath of life that you have given us this morning, Lord God. Lord, I just ask you that you continue to pray for our community, our tribe, this world, our leadership. I just ask you special blessing on the frontline men and women who go to work every day to put their lives on the line. I just ask you to continue to watch over them, keep them safe. I ask you to put a special blessing on our people that are hurting, that are suffering from loss of loved ones, or suffering from addiction. Just continue to wrap your arms around them and help them, comfort them. I just ask for a special blessing on everyone at this table, our leadership, that we will make good decisions regarding our reality. I ask all this in your name. Amen.
You can ask that member nominee that is going to March 1st of
2022. Gypsy floor, chairs.
Thank you. In regards to motion number 18, I'd like to see the finalized budget for that opioid task force. That includes the changes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gypsy.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made by Deanne Crawford to approve the regular council minutes for March 1st, 2022.
Second.
Second by Kakiza Haska. Question by Yagata.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank Thank you, Council Execs. Moving on to Tuesday, April 5th or March 2nd minutes.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to approve Wednesday, March 2nd minutes by Dion Crawford. Second by Buffalo Lake, Louis Johnson. Question by Dallison and Tokanoa.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Now moving on to our Wednesday, March 23rd minute, our for-profit meeting for the end of the month of March. Go ahead, Dallas, floor is yours.
Hey, this one's for Curtis. Curtis, real quick, did Dakota Sioux wire tower stop leaking? Do you know? After we made that motion to approve, I'm not sure if you. Okay, thank you.
Curtis, on motion number 87, this is for the for-profit board. Still waiting for legal review for that signature for Brenda User. Haven't signed anything yet.
Is that a contract then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
And
FYI.
you never received that?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve these minutes.
So moved by Gypsy Haipa to approve Wednesday, March 23rd, for-profit minutes, second by Yagapta. Question by Buffalo Lake, Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Councilman Execs. Moving on to Resolution 2203, that's presented with your guys' minutes. This was talking with our legal, Mark Van Norman. When we went out to DC, the amount of $5,000, we approved this to our executive committee minutes. But we just wanted to do it into a form of a resolution form. So, as we all know, that Thune and his office has been helping the SWO with law enforcement building and among other projects that we've been advocating for. So moved for Executive Resolution 2203, moved by Tokenoa. Second by Kakiza Haska. Question by Yagata.
Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of the council and execs. Going on to the chairman's report, and after that, we got the vice chairman's report as he's on travel in Seattle. He did provide his written report. This, if you guys want any questions regarding his report, I can have Lexi come in just in case. Just a heads up to leadership, some of the things that happened over the month. The Operation Zero Drug Task Force continues to meet to address drug overdoses and eliminate illegal drugs on the SWO. The Ojibwe Nation of White Earth, Minnesota invited us to visit their home place on March 10th to look at their community resources. The task force had a good visit, came back with a lot of resources, a lot of information, and they had an open invite, so if they wanted to come back to the SWO to do a presentation, or another invite back to back in Minnesota. So if any of the members that were there, you could add on to that visit. It was a good visit myself. I enjoyed my time there. Dion, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a few of the things that we learned when we visited White Earth was that they, like us, were having a large number of overdose from opioids, which resulted in fatalities, and they worked on several different areas. One of them was to change the paradigm, change the view of substance use and opioid misuse in their community, which I think is important. So we will be working on that and with community health education, taking the lead on that, but also doing more PSAs, videos and things like that to basically inform the community and try to change the viewpoint of opioid misuse as not only a crime, but as a mental health condition. That was one of the things. The other thing is that sooner rather than later, we need to change the way we provide treatment services to our members. One of the things that they did at White Earth is they began treating overdose as an opportunity to get that person help because of the physical condition that happens after they are administered the naloxone, the Narcan, to get their central nervous system back up and running. If we want to save the lives of our tribal members, and we do, we are going to have to very quickly make those changes. And I know that there will be, it's not going to be something that's easy, but it's going to be something that we have to do. I don't know that we need to invest more financial resources into that. They're very simple changes, and those were outlined by the staff at White Earth. Currently, we look at substance use disorders and treat substance use disorders in the same way that we treat diabetes, wherein when you have fatalities, you have to start treating them like a heart attack. And when we make those changes, it is going to be a change, and people are not always comfortable with change, but that's what it's going to take to save the lives of our tribal members or young tribal members, to get them out of that addiction and into recovery so that they can be a part of our community. We are also looking at Narcan, flooding the community with Narcan, and having those informational resources available to members when they have an incident of overdose. I'm very appreciative of the leadership for supporting this effort, and I'm very appreciative of our chairman for his continued support and leadership on the activities that the task force is working towards. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just a heads up of leadership of those that are been at the table with our tax negotiation with the state of South Dakota. And I appreciate that Mr. Vice Chairman, as the tax program is underneath his administration, and also too with our legal that continue to fight a good battle with the state of South Dakota to reach an agreement. So hopefully we'll be have an agreement pretty soon, because a lot of us right now it's 77%, but we want to, as SWO, want at least 95%, if not 100%, not giving back to anything to the state of South Dakota. So I appreciate leadership, council, for the ones that have been sitting in the negotiations. We'll continue to meet with the state of South Dakota. I just signed the paperwork for the extension, so that's going to be going back to the state. Dallas, floor is yours. And Gypsy right after Dallas.
And then let's not forget about the online sales tax monies that'll be coming with that negotiation. That'll be apart from the 195%. Thank you.
Go ahead, Gypsy, floor is yours.
Thank you. I wasn't able to attend that visit to the Terex, whatever that was. Can you give us a brief description of what that is or was? Or
yes,
whatever?
I'll get to that. It's to my third point down here.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the council, I requested $150,000 from BIA for year-end funding of System Wapton Oyate infrastructure, planning, and development. I sent that letter off March 11th. I think it's in your guys' packets, but what they're requesting, Tim LaPointe and also to Russell Hopkins, give me a heads up. They would like this in a resolution form, and so they could get that payment up to the tribe right away. As soon as they get that resolution, they'll pay that $150,000 to the tribe. So that's one of my action items I'm requested from leadership, so we could do that with a resolution form. Kakiza Haska, floor is yours.
So, do you have it ready for us, Mr. Chairman? Or do you want to wait and put it on a letterhead? Is that what you guys put them on? Okay. You want to wait for that, or? Okay, I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Kakiza Haska, second by MD Swim. Is there a question? This is regarding $150,000 for the 2021 year-end funding request. Question by Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, members of the council and execs, for your support on that $150,000 from BIA. Tribal leadership traveled to Washington, D.C. to meet with cabinet level officials to address their needs of our Oyate. And as the ones that traveled with me to represent SWO, we have an agenda. It's a full agenda. And we are going all day long from morning to evening. I think the last time we just had a late dinner at 10, we got done at 10 o'clock. So yeah, so when you go out there, you're gonna have to put on some good walking shoes because you're on the go and meeting so much. And with the leadership that came with me and advocated for the System Wapton Oyate on the education, of course our law enforcement, we've been pushing with law enforcement with the senators and also the BIA out there. And drug and alcohol issues with our treatment program. So I took Dallas, Dion, Madam Secretary went with me this time. So we met a lot of good people. So I thought it was productive. So if you guys wanted to add anything on that, the travels to advocate for our needs here in the homeland. So if you guys want to add anything. Dallas. Madam Secretary.
I just wanted to add that these meetings to DC are extremely important in that you get to know the congressionals and the senators and the congressmen, and they know your face, and they attach your face to your tribe. So I think it's really important that we continue to make those trips to DC for the overall benefit of the tribe. I just wanted to say that because they have very good memories, and when they meet you once, they recognize you and address you by your first name next time they meet you. So to me, it's they're putting our face to the tribe, and they're more supportive that way. I think it's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and I appreciate you guys having breakfast with Senator Thune out there, but I know I couldn't make it because I have to fly out to Bismarck to chair that board meeting out there, Dallas.
And while our delegation was out there, it was also really exciting that other senators took note that weren't quite wanting to meet with us. We didn't go to meet with them, but then they took note that we were present, and so they actually had requests if we would be supportive of some of the things that they're trying to push for tribes. And so that was very exciting. And I think one of them that I think the tribe should get ready for, and when the bill comes, is to 638 SNAP and WIC, so that the tribes can manage that as opposed to the state. And I think that's something that would be very important to increase our social services on the tribe. So I was really excited to hear that they're willing to bring that proposal to us and try and get our congressional support from South Dakota and North Dakota. And then we met other tribes out there, and when I was talking with them, they were pretty excited about those kind of things too. So it's a great team effort all around, and so I look forward to that. Thank you.
Dion, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I regret that I wasn't here yesterday to debrief with everybody and kind of fill everybody in on some of the meetings and things that we went to. My son had an accident with his foot, and so he had to be out of school. So I was home with my son, but I hope that we can all sit down and we can kind of go through point by point on some of those items. There was 2 tribes that we had the opportunity to just kind of through passing meet with, but one of them was the Eastern Band Cherokee. Their whole council was out there, and they're looking at some things of regarding federal recognition. There's groups that are working to be recognized, and the road that they're taking is it's not the same road that we had to take as federally recognized tribes. And so there's some of those things that they will possibly in the near future be asking for our support on. So if we could look at some of those issues. And Mr. Van Norman's very good at outlining those items. The other really key point that I was really happy about was that we got to meet and spend some time with Mr. Van Norman's partner, Shannon Atsey. She's an attorney as well. She's a member of the Navajo Nation, and she's very, very accomplished. I hope that we can continue to have, because she's already on our contracted and on our staff, I hope that we can continue to have her work with us and further our agenda as far as the needs and things that we have here on the Lake Travis Reservation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to represent our people. I hope that we did you proud, and I hope that we did the people proud, and that will be evidenced by the progress and the gains in our jail, police station, and our treatment center. Thank you.
Thank you. Just keep in mind too that what Madam Secretary, those senators, they know you by your face and your name right away because they have great memories. Just like Dallas Owen, when he was visiting with those high school students, he just spit right in, and Thune just recognized him out of the crowd and called him by his first name. He was sitting on somebody's shoulders. Terex officials invited us to visit their plant on March 21st. Terex, if you guys drive past Watertown, there's that big old building right off the interstate. Because I was wondering what that was, but they invited us, some of the leadership that was present there. We all went up there and we did a walk through what they wanted to do with us, and that was part of our relationship with Lake Area Tech. So Lake Area Tech and Terex were involved in that with leadership. And I appreciate Mr. German from the Terrell office for setting that up the first time. And what that is, they build these trucks that go out and they fix the power lines. And how they do it is they use, fiberglass? Because we found out that fiberglass is stronger than metal. And so they use that in part of their things that lift up the hoist and also to the buckets they sit in. And just in case they touch those power lines, and that's what's going to save their life. And what they want to do in a nutshell, some of the ones that came with me over there, if you could help me out with my memory too. Mr. German just informed me this morning that we had a scheduled visit for them to come to the SWO, but it's going to be at the end of the month in April sometime, either that Monday or Tuesday or that Thursday or Friday. They want to do a visit over here, and in a nutshell, we want to bring that work. We want to start our own Terex plant here that will provide work for tribal members instead of the issue was travel. Trying to figure a way how to get our tribal members over to Watertown, and they thinking out of the box too. If Dallas could help me too, let's just come to you guys in your homelands, and we could there build. And it's just these heavy machineries that you just put everything together, these big old trucks. Go ahead, Curtis, if you want to go off on that.
Yeah, so it was actually an awesome meeting because we got to meet their corporate staff. They gave us a tour of the whole facility from start of production to the end when those trucks are being sent out. But this is a global manufacturing company. They are well known around the world, and there's different plants set up in I think it was Europe or I can't remember, but it's a global. One of the things they did want to do was looking at other tribes to try and partner. They don't have to be in a certain area to build these. They can kind of branch off and start production and build other parts. So one of the things they did was they won a future partnership with the SWO, which I thought was awesome because I mean this is a multi-billion-dollar business that these guys are doing right now, and for them to approach the SWO was huge. It's huge. So with that, we just wanted to keep the talks and meetings going. So they actually reached out to Del Rey, and we're going to set something up at the end of this month and see where that goes. So just keep in mind, these are just talks. There's nothing set in stone. So it's really, really interesting that they would reach out to us this soon. I didn't know it was this soon already. So, which is really good on our part. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Curtis. Going over to Gypsy, floor is yours.
Thank you. That's really exciting. They would build here for us to have a plant,
Yes.
right? Okay, that's cool. Did any of the RPC or planning able to make it to the presentation or whatever whatever it was called when you went down there?
No, it was just
Real quick, like, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, but then further along, we'll have everybody be like at that meeting at the end of the month to have them
Sure.
be part of that meeting. RPC and I suppose DCA too, since they want to know what's going on. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Gypsy. Going over to Dallas, floor is yours, Dallas.
And still touching off on the subject, it's not like we went there knowing that they were gonna like present a business deal. It was kind of funny because when we were talking about the struggles that our workers have with transportation. I can't remember his name, but it's not the HR dude, but I was sitting across from him, and he's like, well, transportation's the issue, and he's like, well, how would you resolve that? I was just like, well, if you built close to us, that'd be great too, and I said it kind of jokingly, and then he's like, well, how close do you want it? And I was like, oh, we're at that point. And so what's really exciting about this too is some of the benefits that they have that could be extended to our travel members if this were to come to fruition is that they will provide up to $5,000 a semester for scholarship opportunities at their facility, and you're only required to work at that facility. Was it 2 years, Curtis? So that's a very generous offer when it comes to employment of that, and they were more than happy to try to work with our local college. And then I also want to give props to Lake Area because the starting wage at Terex is $17 an hour and no experience is required. They will teach you everything going forward. 18. So even better. And so it's $18 an hour. You don't need any experience. They're very flexible with their scheduling. And then even I asked that, are you guys culturally sensitive to just in your policies? And they were more than willing to work with us on that, so that was also very exciting. And then, yeah, it's just a really great opportunity. And like I said, nothing set in stone, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, more questions on Terex? We'll let everybody know if we get a date set down on in stone at the end of the month for that. They're coming here for a site visit. Governor Nolan's visit with our nation is scheduled in May. I know we were setting the 20th of this month, but Louis last minute let me know that we're going to be on travel. Louis and myself, we're going out. So Dallas kind of got mad at me because I invited her over and I won't be there. So we rescheduled for May. I'll give you guys a date. So I didn't know that at the time. So because we have issues that we need to bring up with Noma, and I know she sits on a lot of money. So we want to shake some money loose, especially on our drug issues, drug and alcohol issues, especially with that treatment program and other issues that we need out here on the SWO. So just giving you guys a heads up. It's been rescheduled. Even though our COVID numbers are down, remember there's a new variant that's out there now. If it's not here, it's going to probably, last time it took Louis about 5 months to get over here. We're thinking about 3 months, around June sometime, with a new variant that's going to be hitting our nation. So we still gotta keep our guards up. Just a heads up, Charlene's going to be doing an online phone call. But in back of my packet I give you guys is what she's going to be asking. It's in her funding, but she needs some other stuff for her program for the Fish and Wildlife Department. It's back in my handout. So before I wrap up my report, and I'm gonna ask whether we go into exec session.
So moved.
So moved by Deon Crawford to go into exec session. There's a second. Second by Kakiza Haska. Question? Question by Yagapta.
John Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette. Yes. Brandon Luciana,
Yes?
Dallas Owen, Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Party Secretary.
Yes.
Thank you, members of the council. In execs at 9:46, we are in exec session. Made by Haiba, second Long Hollow. Question, Lake Traverse, that's at 10:46 a.m. Members of the council, leadership, that concludes my report.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, leadership. Going into, or that concludes my report. After this, I'll focus on our executive committee minutes. Yeah. Need a motion to approve the report? So moved by Emily Swim. Second by Yagapta. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Okay, members of council, going into our executive committee minutes for Wednesday, March 2nd. We'll ask to approve all the minutes all at once, but if you have any questions, just let me know for March 2nd. Yep.
So
Dion, floor is yours.
you're requesting approval for March 2nd, March 18th, and March 24th?
Yes.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Dion Crawford. Lindsay, that's a motion to approve the executive committee minutes for March 2nd, March 18th, and March 24th. Made by Dion Crawford. Second by Dallas Owens. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, council and execs. Just keep in mind, heads up, Charlene Miller's request is on the back of my report, so she's going to be calling in later. At this time, I'm going to call on Vice Chairman's written report. Lexi is going to be coming in. Lexi, whenever you get a chance, make sure the mic is on because we have a listening audience out there.
Okay. Good morning, council and executives. Can you hear me? Okay. So I have a few action items for the budget office. The first one is to increase our gaming support from $26 million to $28 million.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Oladency.
Second.
Second by Amy
Question.
Swim. Question by Dion Crawford.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Second one would be to improve our capital improvement budget, which would be gaming from $1 million to by $1,810,369.
Any questions or comments from leadership? If not, there's a motion to approve. So moved by Tokunawa.
Second.
Second by Oladency. Question by Kakizan Haska.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Third one, increase our finance general fund increase, to increase it by 16,562.
Any questions or comments from leadership? If not, there's a motion to approve. So moved by Amy Smith. Second by Iagata. Is there a question?
Question.
Question by latency.
A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Fourth one, to approve legal.
Just a heads up, legal met with us on Monday to kind of give us a heads up on the increase. So is there a motion, any questions or comments for legal department increase? So moved by Amy Smith.
Second.
Second by latency. Is there a question?
Question.
Question by Dion.
A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Motion to increase our REB by $41,766.
Any questions or comments coming from council? Go ahead, Dallas, floor is yours.
Why are they receiving this increase?
The increase is due to the special election we had this fiscal year. Some of the payments came after, I believe, also. So it's just preparing for the next election, which is like they've already started having meetings.
So this cost is basically just to cover that special election for the most part?
I honestly don't know if it's all of it, but I think that was some of it.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions coming from council?
So moved.
So moved by all agency. Second by Madam Secretary. Is there a question? If there is no question, I'm call for vote.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
No.
A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
The sixth one would to increase Head Start and Early Head Start by $29,544. That would be for the COLAs that the motion was made for the 2.7 for the employees.
Thanks, Alexis.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Curtis.
Second.
Second by Dion. Question by Dallas.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Next one would be for the tribal roads income budget for $90,000.
Any questions or comments from leadership? So moved by Dallas.
Second.
Second by all agency. Question by Long Howell.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Next one would be for the elderly organization support budget for $197,148.
Any questions or comments from council regarding the elderly budget? If not, is a motion to approve? So moved by Amy Swim. Is there a second? Second by Curtis.
Question.
Question by Oladency.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
I have one last one that was added. We received a grant for tribal victim sexual assault for this fiscal year for $472,894. It's a grant.
Any questions or comments from leadership regarding that grant? Go ahead, Dallas, floor is yours.
Are we just asking for the motion to start the drawdown, or?
It's a new, it was a new approved budget, so yes, for the draw, I don't know about the drawdown part, but yeah.
Oh,
to
okay,
approve
yes.
The budget
To
itself.
approve the budget, okay.
Tribal victim sexual assault grant, I believe. We did have one that just ended. So they did apply for this one right in time, so it came in as the other one ended, I believe.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Amy Swim. Second by Big Cooley. Question by Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Anything else, Lexi?
Thank you, Tribal Council and executives.
Motion to approve the tribal vice chairman's written report presented by Lexi Lincoln.
So moved.
So moved by Dion. Or, hold on, Lexi.
Well, not for Lexi, but I think Eddie had something.
Okay. Excuse me? Oh, okay.
Okay, that's why I just want to double check, so we're just approving Lexi's?
Yes.
Okay.
Where was I? Oh, nobody, or a motion to approve the budget report. So moved by Curtis. Oh, it was Dion? No? Dallas interrupted and threw us off. Second by Dallas. Is there a question for Lexi's report? Question by Buffalo Lake.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, membership of council and execs. Going on to Mr. Vice Chair's written report. As you can see in his written report, there's an action item. Authorization payment to South Dakota Department of Revenue in amount of $29,140.31 for unpaid taxes due to Dakota Crossings with Dakota Crossings funding source. Hi, Buffalo, yours.
When we were talking with Brenda on the tax stuff, did they say that that would be deducted from our earnings back? So we wouldn't have to actually send a check? I mean, that's what I thought we talked about. Does anybody else remember? No? whatever taxes, okay.
Go ahead, Curtis.
I know we did talk about, remember when he was gonna buy our product outright, when he got in there? I think that money was gonna be used to generate, whatever money it was that we got from, our product he bought out was gonna be used to then in turn pay past bills. So I think that's kind of what the understanding was. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Still an action item. Has to be paid. Dallas, moved.
Second.
Second by Curtis. Is there a question?
Question.
Question by latency.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wanna.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Tribal Council and Exec. Motion to approve the Tribal Vice Chairman's written report.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Dion. Second by Susie.
Question.
Question by Curtis.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wanna.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Okay, moving on to our agenda. At this time, we'd like to take a 15-minute break and give time for Madam Secretary for her report. Then after her report, we got Fish and Wildlife, she'll be calling in, and THPO. Action items only. I'll get with your issues and I'll turn it over to Madam Secretary for her report. But as soon as we have a quorum, we'll get started. Diane, we have a quorum. Now you can get started with your action items for council, then we'll move it right into Murder Thompson with the report.
Good morning, executives and council. I provided a copy of my report for your review. I do have 2 action items that I'd like action on this morning. One is, on the back page of your report is a quote, and we are in need of updated software for our GPR unit, our ground penetrating radar. And it's a sole source. We purchase it right from the company. We have the request is currently in with legal review because they wanted to review the terms and conditions. But I just want to see if I can get a motion to purchase. We have the money in our budget. It's money that we have made out of our revenue source. Well, it's the only money we get. So it's out of that, and we have that amount. You'll see on there, it is a bit expensive. That's why I need a council motion. But you know that software and anything, especially for that GPR unit, is very expensive. So we have a upcoming project where we're going to need to utilize our GPR as we are subcontracting on a project. And as you know, that's how we keep our office going. So it's really important that we get the updated software that we need. So I'm asking for a motion to purchase pending legal review. And there was just a clause in the wordage with the was it purchase agreement? Yeah, the terms. Oh, the terms. That so it kind of ran the gauntlet. It went to procurement and then to IT and then back to procurement and back to the chairman for concurrence and then back to legal. I mean, it just goes so many places that it really kind of takes a while to get anything done. So I'm asking for that today.
Any questions or comments coming from leadership? I know she gave me the heads up on the issue. We talked about it, so brought it in front of leadership here.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Haipa.
Second.
Second by Oladensi. Question by Iagapta. Before I call for vote, Dallas has a question. Lindsay, floor is yours, Dallas.
So you said that this was still going for legal review for the terms and agreement?
Well, for something in the terms. I mean, so when we bought the GPR unit, this is all the same wordage that was in that, but they want it to go for legal review again.
Okay. So is it pending that?
Yeah, it's pending that. I mean,
just double checking.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you, Dallas. Call for a vote, please.
Can I get a vendor name and an amount? Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Go ahead, Diane.
Okay, my next item is the Cultural Preservation Board had motion number 2 to have the tribe sponsor a dance special at the 4th of July powwow in recognition of the powwow grounds being placed on the National Register of Historic Places, which is a really big deal for us since our powwow's been ongoing for 155 years. 155 years this summer. And so the board, and there's at least one of the board members is here today, and they would like to have the tribe sponsor a old-time grass special and an old-time jingle special to be held during the 4th of July powwow.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Haiba.
And I will put that budget together to submit.
Second.
Second by Oladensi.
Question.
Question by Madam Secretary.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Anything else?
That was it.
Okay, thank you for making time for leadership. Motion to approve the SWO report.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved
Second.
by Dion, second by Gypsy. Question by Louis.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council Execs.
Pidamaya.
Okay, Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready, I'll turn the floor over to you for your report.
Good morning, executives, council, and the Uyate. My report is in front of you. The month of March was very busy with administrative functions, aside from several meetings. I attended a meeting on March 9th with the Drug Task Force at City Hall in Sisseton. Some of the discussion is as follows. Bond, the judge considers financial capability / ability to pay. Depends on the crime, conviction, and appearance history, and compliance or non-compliance. And the court appearances, Tuesday morning are scheduled court appearances. The judge is the key component and only goes off the presentation by the state attorney. Plea agreements are sought mainly to avoid trials and save the cost to the county. The concern I expressed at this meeting is that Roberts County Court is too lenient with the drug traffickers, distributors, and manufacturers, of whom many are non-Indians. They get arrested in some cases, then bond out, and their court dates are scheduled several months later. During this time, they may continue to sell illegal drugs to our community. On the other hand, the court seems to issue very harsh sentences to those who ingest the drugs, often sending them to prison for ingestion. It seems they also issue harsh prison sentences to those charged with DUIs. Most of those getting sent to prison are our people, the Indian people. it's possible that the non-Indians have the money to bond out of jail and get a good attorney. I express that until we are treated as equals with fairness and equality, it will be hard to work collaboratively to combat this drug epidemic. We need to be treated with equality and fairness. That way we can work together for the greater good of the community. Law enforcement departments are underfunded and understaffed. We really should put our racial differences aside and work together, help each other combat the drug problem. We can start by not letting these non-Indian drug traffickers off so easy. I put a disclaimer on there that my comments are my own and they do not reflect the position of the Drug Task Force. Also, I believe that we need one spokesperson sometimes at these meetings because a lot of opinions can come in about laws and what they should do before even discussing it with the rest of the task force. So that was my comment there. Congressman Dusty Johnson was present in council chambers on March 22nd. He then attended an assembly at the Teoshpazina Tribal School. He extended an invitation to tribal council to tour the U.S. Capitol when in Washington, D.C. A small delegation traveled to Washington on March 29th through 31st. I felt they were very good meetings to discuss the detention center and treatment center goals, among other things. We work hard when we travel to D.C. and put in many miles of walking, so it is exhausting but worthwhile. On March 17th, I attended the Narcan training put on by Josie Deitch here in the council chambers. That was very interesting. And I got my certificate, so I can go get Narcan at IHS now. On March 23rd, I attended the virtual ACF Indigenous Programs Conference. There were almost 400 attendees from across the United States. I was requested, and it was my honor to say the opening prayer for the plenary session of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous People discussion. There were 44 people that came to the Tribal Secretary's office for various reasons for the month of March, not including program managers and our tribal council. We logged in and responded to 122 phone calls, signed and approved and processed 406 documents. There were 59 scheduled meetings with tribal executives, council, program managers, and others, including the virtual meetings with federal partners as well as the Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board. There are 2,191 elders listed for the month of March 2022. The restructuring and streamlining of a couple programs is nearly complete. The Elderly Resource Coordinator and Assistant are physically relocated to the Elderly Affairs Suite. The Case Manager position is being advertised for 2 more weeks. Mr. Ron Redday will have immediate supervision over the Elderly Resource Coordinator and the Elderly Affairs Manager. There's a flow chart at the end of this report. And this is my friendly reminder to the elders that receive your gift cards in the mail. You must have self-addressed stamped envelopes on file. If you have not received your gift card for 1 to 2 months, you may need envelopes. She usually sends out a note with your last card, if it's the last envelope. If you have any concerns about anything related to your food card, please do not hesitate to reach out to Minerva Kuke at 605-698-8200. And we're open daily. Just a reminder that the Secretary's office is open daily and staff are available to assist you, including during noon for those wanting to do business during their lunch break. But please call the office ahead of time and we can help you over the phone and prevent an unnecessary trip. And all of the health and education reports are attached for your information. And there's a lot of good information there and a lot of programs that help people. So If you need help, look in the reports. They're given to your district, at your district meetings. Your council rep takes them out and distributes them, so they're there for your information. And that concludes my report.
Any
Mr.
questions
Chairman.
coming from leadership for Madam Secretary? So moved by
Second.
Carteza Haska, second by Oladense. Is there a question? No question, I'm gonna call for a vote.
Curtis Bissonnette. Brandon Gypsy Warma.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Okay, Lindsay, is Charlene, is she available to call in? If not, I could just present her request to council later. Okay, I could check too. No phone call from Charlene to call in her for Fish and Wildlife, so at this time I'm gonna call the health coordinator. Then after that, we got Randy Jordan for your report, then we'll go right into lunch break.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of council. We have one action item today. Before we get into it, though, I want to take this opportunity to introduce you to the Asneopi Field Health Clinic team. The action item that we have is related to that. Because of COVID, I don't think we've been able to introduce everyone. So I'll just let them, starting with Josie and the group, introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Josie. Most of you know me. I'm the tribe's certified nurse practitioner.
And the ones that are introduced you, there's a mic up there. Just make sure the green light is on. Just be clear and introduce yourselves. We have a listening audience out there. Let's be broadcasted.
Hi, my name is Robin Becklin, and I am the current floor nurse.
My name is Joshua Max, and I'm the project manager and the specialist for the program.
Thank you. So when we presented did Lori come in? Okay. So they're also with our Asneopi Field Health Clinic, we have Lori Sampson. She is an RN that is also working in the program. When we presented the SWO health plan on October the 19th, and we talked about starting up the Field Health Clinic, there was a suggestion that we look into applying for a grant for a mobile clinic. We mentioned at that time that we did have funds set aside. We did get hold of Dave Flute. He sent us the information, and since then we've had a number of conversations with Val Jensen and Mary Lives with USDA Rural Development. And so it's a complicated grant, but what you have in your packet is several things. There's there's information, kind of a one-sheeter about the Asneopi Field Health Clinic. The grant profile sheet is in, and then an authorizing resolution. Behind the authorizing resolution is the guide for applying for a rural development grant. There's a sketch, a floor plan for what a mobile clinic would look like, and the price list. The mobile clinic, with all of the additional features to it, will probably be between $200,000 and $250,000. The rural development grant is a complicated grant. It came out in the funding opportunity announcement came out in August of last year. It's ARP Act funds, the American Rescue Plan funding. They use a formula for determining how much of a match they would provide. With our population and income levels for our reservation counties, we would qualify for a 35% match from them. We would have to kick in 65% of the match. We do have funds budgeted in the IHS master contract with our own ARP Act funds that would pay for the 65%. So if this resolution is passed, it would authorize us to submit the application. They are getting down to the deadline or the ending of this grant. Applications have to be in before June in order to be considered. And I guess that's the only other part that I would add.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Floor is open to any discussions or questions, comments. Dion, you had your hand raised. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first, I want to start off by saying, Wopita, for doing this. I know that this piece of increasing treatment services to the membership is vital. And knowing that, seeing that, taking the lead and doing the legwork for that is so vital, because I know that when I was working in the field, one of the difficulties that our clients had was accessing prescription medications when they wanted to be relieved of the burden of their opioid use disorder. I'm so very grateful. Mm-hmm. So with that, I'd like to make the motion to approve the resolution as presented.
Motion made by Dion.
Second.
Question. There's three of them that I heard. Haipa, second. Before I call for a question, Curtis, did you have hand raised? Okay. Question by all agency, because I heard your voice.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Abstain.
Louis Johnson, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Haipa, floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you guys for working on this. I think that's something that's been wanted for a long time and certainly needed, but I hope you guys will stay for years to come and keep it going. So thank you for your dedication and passion. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Gypsy. Curtis?
So, sorry, I can't talk with that thing on. The resolution of intent to 638 contract field health primary care services, what is that about? Can somebody elaborate on that?
So in the future, some of the things that we will want to present to council, it isn't an action item today, but just as a forecast of things that are coming in order to sustain this clinic, as the Haipa council person has just pointed out, we're going to need to have continuation funding. So one of the next steps will be to request, to discuss whether the council would authorize us to submit a resolution of intent to the Indian Health Service that would then result in determining what the secretarial amount for 638 contracting field health primary care would be, and the other processes. And there's some other items. Legal representation is going to be needed. So this is a forecast of things to come, but not an action item today.
Okay.
We want to discuss it, though. We want the opportunity to discuss it with you all.
You're right. I think we need to. So I look forward to that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, anything else from leadership? No further discussions or comments from leadership. Is there a call for a vote? Oh, anything else, Sarah?
No other action item today.
Okay, I appreciate the work that you did on this. This brings to mind too, from the opioid task force, maybe Josie, if you guys could sit down, and since you're reaching out to Mr. Flute on the state level. I know, Dion, and we all heard that there's a mobile, I know we're gonna bring this up with the NOM should be visiting with us on May, but we wanted to go to that mobile opioid on meth issue, so they could travel to each district and service our tribal members that way. And so that's out there, so maybe if you can make contact with Mr. Flute and get that ball rolling, because that's one of the issues that we wanted to bring to her. So we could go and get that, because it's gonna be one of a kind. And if we are able to get that, we'll be the first reservation to have that. So that's something I think, I would like to see that.
Okay.
If no further comments coming from Sarah, is there a motion to approve her report?
So moved.
So moved by Dion. Second by Susie.
Question?
Question by Gypsy.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. I appreciate you, Sarah, Josie. Let me know when you're Narcan next, because I missed those trainings.
I think we were going to set it up for the executives too, so that everybody that missed it can come.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lori. At this time, we're saving up the thunder for Randy Jordan, bringing up his report for IHS. Appreciate you coming out, making time for us. And like usual, we have a listening audience out there, Randy, so make sure your mic is on. My clock says at 10 o'clock. My assistant, Curtis, gave the copies to Mountain Leadership here, so you can just continue with your report, Randy.
Well, thank you. Alamataki, Chairman Leadership, thank you for this time. I'll be brief. I got a couple of handouts. My normal report, stapled onto that is the newsletter, monthly newsletter for your viewing pleasure. And then the very last sheet is a public service announcement that we just recently got approved by headquarters, and we're going to put into the local newspapers, and basically just explains who we are. This is one of the outcomes from the patient advocacy meeting between the tribe, IHS, and CDP. And the last meeting, Ms. Fighton attended, and a meeting before Secretary Thompson. And I think there was one of the topics was communication, improved communication amongst our entities and to the community, and try to educate the community on who we are, what we do, and what we don't do. So we look forward to publishing this into the local newspapers. Probably start with a quarter-page ad, and then go down to maybe a quarter or eighth of the page. So some updates. Medical staff. I've been putting that on the top here for the past several months. So since on March 13th, we've hired another nurse practitioner. She's originally has ties to Minnesota. And as I said in other meetings, that we're trying to find providers that are from this region, so the four seasons don't scare them away, the snow and the cold. And we also hired two locums, nurse practitioners as well. So since November 4th, since November, we've hired 4 permanent nurse practitioners and 3 locums, and this brings our medical staff up to a mix of 12 individuals, both permanent and temporary. So it kind of comes in cycles, and we hit the bottom last August, September, when we were down to 2.5 providers, and now we're up to 12. So hopefully that alleviates some of the access to care concerns that we've had in the past. And as patients become more familiar with the new providers, hopefully the continuity of care will increase as well. I want to bring up, mention telehealth. In 2016, the IHS headquarters requested, mandated Great Plains IHS to implement telehealth. Historically, IHS has had telehealth, but due to funding and infrastructure and telecommunications capabilities, it's kind of been hit and miss. A lot of the hospitals have had telemedicine for a long time. And for a long time at the clinic here, we've had psychiatric telemedicine through New Mexico in the behavioral health department. But in 2018, we paired up with Avera Hospital in Sioux Falls. It's now called Avel, A-V-E-L. And so they initially gave us the services of behavioral health, internal medicine, adult psychiatric, pediatric psychiatry, and rheumatoid arthritis and pain management, which was eventually discontinued. So I'm just showing you, the reason why I want to bring this up is because the cost of telemedicine has gone basically through the roof, and we'll talk about that in a second here. But since May of 2018 till this past month, if you look at the very last column, we've had 2,758 scheduled appointments, of which 1,942 have kept those appointments and 816 were no-show. And those no-shows do cost us money. So we have a no-show rate of about 30%. And we do call and send letters and reminders, but we're clipping along at 1 out of 3 people not keeping their appointments. So we're going to continue to try to persuade people, if they can't make it, please call ahead of time so we don't get charged for that no-show. Yes, sir.
Good. Dallas, what was yours?
Just kind of out of curiosity, Randy, why did we do the 4-year graph instead of just a 1-year?
Because the next page I'm going to talk about the cost, and I wanted to show exactly how we're utilizing it. Next month I can break it down by year and by month, but I just wanted to show overall that since its inception we've had 2,758 scheduled appointments, of which 1,942 were kept. So,
thank
you. You're welcome. In the beginning, the first year, it was average cost about $78,000. And if you see the next page, fiscal year 18, because we started in May and it really wasn't, it was fairly new. The providers weren't really used to it, and so we only had basically an average of 4 scheduled patients per month, May, June, July, August, and September. In FY19, you can see the average went to 13 scheduled visits with 9 completion. Fiscal year 20, it went up to 54 scheduled per month and 36 completed. And if you look at fiscal year 22, we're now averaging 109 scheduled appointments. March, we had 157 scheduled appointments with 102 completed and 50 no-show. The cost has gone up substantially from the first year of an estimated amount of $78,000 per year to now close to $400,000 per year. And last fall, Avel bought out the contract from Avera, and they basically said, we will give you 100 visits per month at $33,000 a month. Anything above 100 visits will be charged at a fee rate depending on what that service is, behavioral health or psych or internal med. It could be $190 to $290 per visit. So moving forward, we came through the month of March and we had 157 visits. So that means that the $33,000 base price is going to increase, 57 visits times whatever those visits were. So moving forward, we have to make a decision. On one hand, this shows there's access to care and that patients, for the most part, like it. We have a lot of positive feedback, especially for the rheumatoid arthritis people, because they can get in a lot sooner than the conventional referral out. But at what cost? We went from $78,000 a year in the first year to now $400,000. So We're going to continue analyzing this. This new contracted rate started in January 31st, and it's through July 31st. It's a 6-month trial period. A lot of the service units were not comfortable with such a huge increase, but at the same time, this is mandated from headquarters. So I just wanted to let you all know that, we need to continue educating the population, especially with keeping their appointments. And I think hopefully this newsletter, this little flyer, and we'll continue to work moving forward to say, hey, if you're going to cancel, give us prior notice so that we don't get charged for it, and then someone else can take your spot. So just wanted to let you know that things are looking up. We've hired more staff. We're really utilizing telemedicine. And as the providers come on board, they too are familiar with telemedicine. That's one thing that COVID has done industry-wide, is placed more emphasis on distant services, albeit it's still good to have face-to-face service, but we do have this option of telemedicine as well. Any questions so far? COVID, I don't know how much we're going to continue talking about COVID until it starts to spike again. But if you can see on page 2, March, we finished March with a 1.6 per positivity rate compared to February, which was 30%. So that's great news. But now we're concerned about the Omicron variant BA2, which is sweeping across Europe and is going to be is in the United States already. So basically, since February 22nd, the positivity rate went from 8% to 4% to 3%. In the last 3 weeks in March and first part of April, we haven't had any positivity rates at the clinic. Roberts County has the same trend. I think Roberts County only had 11 positive cases in the month of March, and as of March 31st, there was only 4 active cases. So that's all great news.
Sorry to interrupt, Randy.
Yes, sir.
Got a question with Lake Traverse. Our comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is, what are you doing to get ready for if there is another drastic increase? Because the last time we had that drastic increase, people were not able to be seen, they were not able to be tested. It was, it was very, very difficult.
It was,
and let me finish. And to me, it looks like lack of, at the time when we looked at it, it really looked like lack of preparation. And so I hope that in this period where it's low, and hopefully we don't get to that again. Hopefully we go into the endemic phase, but yeah, what are you doing to prepare if we have another spike like that?
So, it's hard to take criticism by lack of preparation, but you have to remember we didn't have the human resources to meet the need. Remember, we went from 2.5 medical providers, slowly building up, and now we're at 12. So that was one thing. We just didn't have the bodies. Since November, we've probably hired 5 nurses. So our medical staff, our nursing staff, our human resources are there. Another thing that we have to remember is that when people make appointments, okay, so you got to keep those appointments, and if you don't have the people to transition into urgent care, emergent care, what do? Cancel appointments for people who have been waiting months to get in? So was it a lack of preparation? I think as we build up our human resources, we're much easier to transition from doing one to the other. So we've been talking about this because it did look like we weren't reacting fast enough, but we were reacting as fast as we could based upon the resources we had. Moving forward, we're already talking about what's going to happen when the Omicron variant BA2, which is sweeping across Europe and is now in the United States. The good thing of it is it's not as deadly. The bad thing is it spreads more quickly. So there's a trade-off. March 24th, it was a Thursday, was the last day we had surveillance testing. Basically, the last 3 surveillance testings we had maybe a total of 6 or 7 people. And now that it's summer months, spring months, we don't need to use a trailer. We can test in a car. So I think moving forward, as we monitor the state and the county and the clinic, as we start seeing an uptick, which we predict is going to happen, I believe we can mobilize a lot quicker than we did in January and February. But thank you for that question. That is something that we struggle with too, is that transition from one to another. Okay.
Thanks, Dan.
Other than that, the rest of the charts talk about the positive effects of the decrease in positivity rates. As far as the vaccination, we're still vaccinating people. We're at about 47.2% of age eligible, 5 years and older. And you can see by the breakdown, again, the 50 and older crowd seem to be more compliant with the vaccine. And so we're still offering it, but it's slowing down. I think in February we had 307 shots given, and I think in March we finished around 250 some shots given. As far as the second booster shot, the FDA and CDC have approved for the second booster, so I know it's kind of confusing. Pfizer and Moderna both had 2 shots. Okay, consider that the primary first shot, the second shot. The first booster shot, or would be the third shot, was came out around November or so, and now FDA and CDC are saying that people 50 and older and those who are immune compromised can get the second booster, or which would be the 4th shot. And we're gearing up for that. We have vaccine on hand. We're just waiting for the green light from IHS to say, and we anticipate that to be in the next week or 2. So once that happens, we'll be putting out public service announcements for anybody who wants that 4th shot or that second booster. Then it just talks about what is moderate to severely immune compromised, such as if you're receiving active cancer treatment, you're an organ transplant, stem cell transplant, if you have diseases such as DeGeorge syndrome or Witt-Scott-Aldrich syndrome, and I have the definitions for those there, untreated HIV, those are the people who would like to get that second booster shot. And then the last part of my report just kind of talks about the Omicron subvariant BA2, which I kind of talked about earlier. It's in the United States now. Approximately 55% of all the COVID tests in the United States are the BA.2 Omicron variant. So it's here. Dr. Fauci says the best way to protect yourself is to get vaccinated. And according to the CDC, about 65% of Americans are fully vaccinated. And that's my report.
Floor is open to any questions or comments from leadership, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Randy. I just had a question because I hear it a lot in the community. And what they say is, I don't have a primary care provider. And how do I get a primary care provider? So I was thinking, if they have, like me for instance, my primary care provider was Dr. Williams, but he left and I haven't seen anyone since. So before a doctor leaves, is there a way they can transition that patient to another primary care provider before they leave so they know who to go to next?
Yes, so when a provider leaves, we do send out mailings to all their patients to say, Dr. X is leaving, please call us to get you another provider. When Dr. Williams left was in August, and that's when basically, Ferdy left at that time as well. And I think at that time we had lost 6 providers from March to August, and we were devastated. We talked about that. So with the PCMH primary care medical home model that we're accredited through the Joint Commission, what it says is that the patient has the opportunity to pick the provider they want to be their provider. So if Dr. A is there and you come in and you want Dr. A, we will try to get you into with Dr. A if Dr. A has room in their panel. The panel means the number of patients assigned to that provider. And on the average, it's between probably 11 to 1,200 patients per provider. Now, obviously, if you have more providers, then that number goes down because it's a numerator denominator type of equation. And then if the patient doesn't decide, or we can't get in touch, or they don't call, then we will assign a provider to them. And that's been really the stickler is the continuity, is the turnover in medical staff and getting established with a provider, and then a year, 2 years later, having to get reestablished. And that's what we've really been working on the last 6-7 months with our leadership training, with our surveying our staff as far as a positive work environment, opening up better lines of communication or improved communication, having work groups to redesign the clinic flow, many projects underway to try to determine why there's such turnover. A lot of it has to do with those conversations we had at our other meeting. Location, nobody wants to come to South Dakota, education, I mean, the list goes on. But while they're here, how do we retain? Because that's what seems to be the deciding factor with many of these providers, is that the spouse can't find work, can't find housing, the schools aren't very good, et cetera, et cetera. So we're actively with our recruitment and retention, orientation. We're trying to basically tear down those old barriers internally and build back up. But getting back to, how can you select your provider? First of all, give us a call. Jency is our supervisory case manager, and she's on our empanelment committee. And they meet and they try to assign our patients to our providers as they come in. So give us a call. Otherwise, we will just assign you a provider if you don't speak on your behalf.
Go ahead, Susie, floor is yours.
So are you still keeping your procedure in place where you have red, blue, yellow team?
Yeah, so that may change. So we had 3 teams back there. The black team, which was basically the healthy clinic. The red team was peds and women's clinic, and then the yellow was sick clinic. But we think that because we've given those colors and those assignments, they may have pigeonholed us into, I'm sick today, but my provider's on the black team. So we're rethinking that whole process. We're going to still have the team concept. The team concept is having a provider, a doctor, and some nurse practitioners, along with their nurses, their case managers, their lab people, so that when you come back to the facility, if you don't see the same provider, you're going to the same team. At least the same team would have some history of you. So yeah, we're going to continue with the teams, but how we're going to move forward with them and their designation, that may change. That's part of the internal clinic flow process that we're trying to figure out. Maybe that wasn't the best way. How we did business prior to COVID, let's face it, we were basically a walk-in clinic with some appointments. And then we were mandated to become patient-centered medical home certified, which focuses more on patient involvement and an appointment system. But the community just still wanted to walk in off the streets. And then COVID hit, and basically we said, patients, you need to call before you come so we don't spread the virus within the facility. And for a period of time, from a operational standpoint, things were good, even though COVID was bad. And now that as we're getting through COVID, people are coming back to the facility without calling again, and that places a lot of burden on our appointment system. Because you have the appointment system, the future appointments, then you have the same day appointments, then you have the foot traffic that just walks in unannounced. And that's the chaos that we're trying to wrap our brain around, because we're supposed to be certified patient-centered medical home, which is an appointment system. And so having this public service announcement and more to come, educating the community, obviously we want to provide as much access as we possibly can, but it's almost too rigid, and we're trying to knock off the corners so that we can be more pliable. And that's really what we've been focusing in on the last several months.
Also, I had another question. Would you be able to furnish numbers on your dialysis care, on the amount of chairs you have available now? And then the amount of patients, that are being sent out to other facilities to be dialyzed? Would you be able to provide those numbers on the need?
Short answer is no. We don't manage the dialysis program. That's through a tribal contract, and Prairie Lakes is in the building, but we have a collaborative agreement that says they can be in our building, but we don't determine who gets the chair. We don't determine any of that stuff. I believe there are 7 chairs, and I think they run Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We do have transportation that takes people from their house to the dialysis program and back. I think we transfer a patient to Morris, I think, maybe one to Millbank and one to Oaks, North Dakota. But that's a question that I can't answer.
Would you be able to ask for those numbers from that facility?
I can ask, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, people don't choose to get sick. And I don't think anybody says, I think I'm going to get sick next week, Tuesday at 1 o'clock. So it would, I hear what you're saying, and you're trying to manage a chaotic system, but when somebody comes to your facility, they're not coming there because they want to. They're coming there because they're sick and they need medical care. Medical care that was paid for by our ancestors, that was promised to us through a treaty. And there's been several times that I've been to your facility, and I've wanted in my heart to remind your staff of that. This is not free healthcare. This healthcare was paid by the blood of my ancestors. And I am not here choosing to be sick. I am not here choosing to be in pain. Yet here I am, because when my ancestors decided that they would sign over this land and take on this healthcare system, that was a promise that was made. So I'm not saying this to be aggressive or disrespectful. I'm saying it because I see our people not being treated right and not being treated like they are a burden. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I witnessed it, and it's happened to me. And so I don't know how that message comes across to the staff and the federal government, IHS at the higher level, because we had a meeting with them on Friday. That was very frustrating. The system does need to bend. The system does need to be less rigid, because our people do deserve that health care, the very best health care that you can provide. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you.
Before going, you have a question right behind you, Randy, is Zelma. Can you use the mic, please, Zelma, because we have a listening audience out there. Appreciate it. Can you use the mic? We can't hear you. Thank you, Zelma.
I'm on the elderly board, and we had an elderly meeting yesterday, and we discussed a lot of stuff, and a lot of it's like with Indian Health. And I'm really concerned about our providers. We don't have anybody to really. I don't have a doctor. I finally got one of the doctors anyway, and she comes every 6 months. So in between, when I don't even go to clinic, because the first thing is, who's your provider? So I don't have a provider. So I finally got one, but she comes every 6 months. So I just kind of hold back. But the one basic thing that I want to talk about was health issues and other things. But we said we were supposed to go to a roundtable discussion, right? And we never got to that point. And everybody's busy and everything, but we wanted Randy to, meet with Randy, because we all have different issues, we have all different sicknesses, and we all have different mishaps with, appointments and stuff like that. And I'm not going to name names or anything, but like one I'm aware of is they had to have emergency surgery, and we couldn't really provide that, I guess, because they didn't have a provider. So lucky, there was one that was temporarily there, and because it was required that they have to have, if they had heart problems, they have to get the okay to have the surgery. Okay? So then, but you have to go back to your doctor and get that okay, and so they could get that surgery done. But we didn't have anybody, but at that time there's a temporary doctor there for a couple of days or something. They asked him to come in and see him. He went through his records and, went through everything. And so then he was okayed. So thank God that he was there at that time. But I bet you there's a lot of this going on with other people. And on the dialysis, I understand because I questioned about that facility, that dialysis unit. When I go in there, it kind of looks grubby like, and I wanted to know who cleans that facility, that part. And, a lot of them catch some kind of a disease or sickness. And Dr. Williams, when he was here, I was questioning him on some of that stuff, and he said there's 2 virulent diseases that kind of goes around in those units, and you got to be really careful. Cleanliness is one of the main things. But he sent my son to a specialist to infectious disease, and it's infectious disease, and yes, he's infectious disease, so it took a long time for him to get that referral, and finally we went up to Fargo and we got that referral, and we had to wait. He stayed in the hospital and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, we found out he had the most, of the 2, he had the most virulent one. But to make the story short, they gave him that antibiotic that was needed, and he was going to the wound clinic almost every week in Fargo. And it takes time and attention, time from your work and everything, but I did it, and Dr. Williams was right. And within 2-3 months, he was healed. They found out what was wrong. And, things like this happens, and it's happening to our other dialysis patients. We see them getting their toes cut off, and I see them next is their foot, next is their leg. Nobody's helping them right along, pushing them. And we need somebody, a nurse, to check up on them, or, support them. They're in a nursing home, or they're in a nursing home way away, or they're in, someplace else being taken care of, but they're not being taken care of properly. So we really need, additional services for them, to talk to them and instruct them. Mind you, they're losing their limbs. And the other thing we want to meet on is a lot of different issues of, the elderly part. And it's not only the elderly, the health facility, it's different things. And we kind of wanted a roundtable discussion. So we want, bring it to council, like we're not supposed to be bringing all these personal things to council. So I'm kind of standing here to say we need a roundtable discussion, tribal elderly, on other issues too. So I'm coming forward with that, plus, the healthcare reasons. And we were supposed to meet with...
You guys are already on the agenda.
Okay. Oh, we are? Okay, thank you. I'll talk then. No. Okay, thank you.
Buffalo Lake, Cynthia Star. I think Leon brought this up, but I would like you to, Mr. Jordan, to examine the papers of the treaty where it states that the government has to provide doctors. Do you have that paper? Do you know where that paper is? Do you have one?
I'm sure we could find one.
Yeah, please. I mean, it's in our treaty. We need doctors. And I'm just not hearing you hire 12 PAs. And things aren't getting done now. I've been waiting for a surgery on my knee for about 4 or 5 months now. And I still haven't gotten a letter from anybody. I went to surgery. My scheduled date. They didn't want to do it because I just didn't do some tests. I went back. I don't know what tests I'm supposed to take. So we need you to look into these things before we have a round table, because there's a lot of questions that we need you to answer. Thank you.
There's no further discussions from leadership. Is there a motion to approve Randy Jordan's report?
So move.
So moved by all agency.
Second.
Second by Gypsy. Question by Louis.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Just reminding us to make sure your Randy Jordan's included in your guys' report when you send out our reports to your district members. With that, we're going to take a lunch break. We'll come back with emergency management.
Thank you.
Curtis is holding us up. Okay, whenever you're ready, Jim. Then after this, I got Rhonda and Captain Gukowski.
Green light.
Acting like you're the
Just
first
like
time
that.
that you ever pushed that button.
This button? Chairman, thank you. Council, back in September, we had a contract approved to do all the generator maintenance quarterly for all the district centers, including LTUC, the Law Enforcement Center. And through the process of getting it drafted, it took a few tries to get it. We thought we had a motion in place to accept that low bid for Bayou Electric to do the quarterly maintenance. Megan in legal calls me and asks for the motion, and we couldn't find it. So I'm here today to ask that we get that motion today to approve that contract to get the ongoing maintenance going on a quarterly basis. Megan will adjust the dates on it so that we're not only 3 months out, that we're actually going to move the date out so it's a year out and then renew the contract or rebid at that time.
Okay, Council. Who's that? Is that you? Oh.
Second.
So moved by Junior Kirk, second by Curtis. Motion, or before I ask for a question over to Dallas. Floor is yours.
Did you say you're going to rebid then?
Not to rebid, just to readjust the dates on it, because the contract should have been done in September, and now we're pushing the end of, well, we are at the end of the first quarter. So rather than change it, because you had the low bid and only have it for 3 months, we thought we'd just change the date to April 1st, and then extend it out into May 30th of 2023. So we spent no money on the contract.
Yeah, I got that part, but if the bid is that old, don't you need a new one?
It's the same contract that should have been done back then, and we can go for 3 months if you'd like. We can sure do that, and then rebid it at that time. But we need some consistency, some generator maintenance. We're 3 quarters behind right now on the maintenance of those.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other discussion from council before I ask for a question? Is there a question? Question by Dion.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, back to you.
That's all I have unless there's questions of emergency management.
All right, before I ask for a motion to approve, Gary and Rhonda, do you guys have anything? So moved by Curtis.
Second.
Second by Latency. Question by Cooley.
Curtis Bissonnette. Brandon Gypsy Wana. Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, we got the Victims Assistance Program. Go ahead, Rhonda, floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I am here today to ask for permission to apply for a rural domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking program. This grant is, it supports efforts to enhance the safety of rural victims of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking, and supports projects uniquely designed to address and prevent the crimes in rural areas. And I believe that we can prove that Sisseton-Wahpeton could be considered rural because we have 99 miles to the north of us is Fargo, 65 miles south of us is Watertown, 99 miles to the west is Aberdeen,
and 250 miles to the east is Minneapolis. We have verbal agreements with Safe Harbor in Aberdeen and Watertown, the Beacon, that if Sweetgrass is full and we need placement, they will accommodate our clientele. And if we need counseling for our victims that specializes in domestic violence, sexual assault, or whatever, they will work with us as well. The grant that I'm asking permission to apply for is, let's see, where's my glasses? $438,561. And with that grant, it would provide salary revenue for myself, who I will oversee the grant, and the domestic violence case manager, Emma Grable.
Go ahead, Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how many years is that grant, and is there a
36
match?
months. No.
Is there a match? No? Okay. Thank you. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Latency. Second by Emily Swim. Question by Bikula.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, anything else, Rhonda?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Motion to approve the Victims Assistance Office report. So moved by Kakiza Haska. Second by Buffalo Lake.
Question.
Question by All Agency.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Members of council, member in your pocket for Charlie Miller's request. And I got you guys the information, the total amount, and it does have it in her budget, as she says,
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
for 49,951. Lindsay, you get that information, Lindsay, over here? Okay. So moved by Latency, second by Emily Swim. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonnette, Brandon Gypsy Wana, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, council. I got us caught up again. Dallas, where's yours?
Oh, I was just double checking. I saw that email from Kramer's office. Did we set a date for that yet? Okay.
Go ahead, we're just waiting for you guys, so whenever you're ready, just come up to the mic, please. The mic is even on for you. Mr. Eastman, you gotta listen to the audience out there, so make sure you guys' mics are on when you're in discussion.
Good afternoon, council and execs. We're here for approval on the solid waste containers. And I don't think anybody got copies of these. Should have more copies.
So the reason we're here is because we have the solid waste program with Ross Hansen at IHS, and we are going through the procurement process, and so we're at the point of where we already have our RFP for the vendors. And according to Lenny, we needed a council motion for you to approve them because they're over a certain dollar amount. And also that we needed council to float the money, but we really don't need you to float the money because we already have an MOA with IHS. And so if we use the MOA and went through LTUC, we wouldn't need you to float the money to cover the trash bins. We would just use the MOA and go through LTUC and the process that LTUC uses for when they fix the water for our homes. So we could do the same process with our trash bins with Ross and LTUC. We would still be getting the trash bins, but it wouldn't be necessary for the tribe to float the money for the trash bins. So what we're coming today to ask you is if we could use the MOA, the standing MOA that the tribe has with IHS, and just use the process that LTUC uses to get the trash bins. We would still be using the procurement process, but not necessarily need the council motion or the money to be fronted. So.
Go ahead, Curtis.
So Ross, can you kind of elaborate it on your side, please?
Yeah, so it's our housing support funds, and it's basically the same pool of money that LTUC, we work with LTUC on issuing work orders for tribal members that have a water and sewer need. So there's also a solid waste component of that, and with that solid waste component, the tribe can get solid waste containers for that. So the money's there, the IHS would pay for it, the money's there, and it's already kind of been issued, the work order's been issued. It's just a matter of having the tribe procure the solid waste containers.
Go ahead, Curtis.
So with that being said, then, because it's over the threshold, do we still need a motion for that, or is that for you guys to handle now?
From our perspective, there's no motion needed from our perspective. It's only if the tribe wants to do it.
Okay, thanks, Curtis. Go ahead, Dan.
So what's the amount?
The amount for the first ones, so we're doing it in like phases. So the first is 71, and the 45 2-yard big dumpsters is roughly it's lower than the 47,000 because the price has changed from 995 to 950, so it'd be lower, but roughly like 42,000. But if we went through the way that Lenny wants us to go through, then the tribe would have to find 42,000 something dollars for the 2-yard ones, and then for the 95-gallon ones, those ones were a lot cheaper. So that's like, I think $4,100. Around almost $50,000. But if we were to use the MOA that is already in place with the tribe and IHS, we could go through LTUC and use it that way of how they do the process. And Sherilyn explained the process of, so we give this to Sherilyn, then Sherilyn enters it into the workplace, and then Ross gives her the work order, then the work order is put in, and then when the money comes in, then Ross sends her another, what is it called?
So it's like on a typical work order, so the need is there, so we identify the need, whether it's a septic tank or water pipe, whatever it is, for that homeowner. And then we issue a work order, and then the tribe, LTUC, it's a tribal forestry council, LTUC uses their own equipment and staff to go do the work. And then once the work is all done, they'll send us an as-built or something that documents that it's done, and then we pay based on previously approved unit prices that were already established through the MOA.
Floor still yours, Dan.
So what are you asking? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what motion you need.
So that was the thing is, so we have to get approval from the council to be able to use the MOA and the MOA process through LTUC. So there's two ways we could do it. We could either use the MOA and not have to front the $50,000, or we could go the procurement way and get a council motion, but then the council would have to find the $50,000 somewhere. We could do it that way, or we could do it this way, which is the MOA with IHS and the tribe, and go through LTUC and get the trash bins. So I'm asking for permission to go this way through the MOA and LTUC so that we don't have to find the $50,000 somewhere.
And I think that could just be done through your supervisory exec, correct, Chairman? Yeah.
So I'm sorry. I wasn't sure because Lenny told me that I had to come here and ask you guys, so that's why we got
That's
on
through
the
the
agenda.
procurement process, though.
Yes.
Douse and Gypsy and Junior, you had yours? Yeah, I could do that one.
So that's another thing, if we're talking about procurement, and I'm looking around, everyone seems a little bit confused on this. I'm still not quite putting it quite together as to why there's two solutions. And if at the procurement, I don't know, Lenny's right down the hallway, can we just bring her and we just get the quick rundown and we're all on the same page? I don't know. I feel like that'd be best for me, just that we get it all together, because I feel like there's a reason why that would be suggested. And so I would just like to get to the bottom of that. Just bring Lenny in here real quick, or somebody from the procurement office. That'd be my preference, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we can just table it until you get with Lenny, then come back with council. Gypsy?
Thank you.
Then Curtis.
I apologize. I was a few minutes late here, and so I missed the beginning part. But is this something new, or why is it an issue now that you need to have this 50,000? I mean, I thought that was already in your budget, et cetera. So I'm just asking where the need come from or whatever.
So it's not in the OEP budget. It's in Ross Hansen's budget of the solid waste from IHS. So he is providing the money for the solid waste containers.
Okay, I think I'm caught up. Thank you.
Curtis?
Yeah, can we just get her now so we can kind of get this going? I mean, I'm in agreement with Let Me Swim. There's got to be another side to this on the procurement side, and we need to probably hear from that side too, and then we can better understand. Because I'm not quite following this. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense that you would have to come to council to get a motion to approve a MOA when you have your executive right here that could do that, because there's no money being exchanged. So that's, I'm kind of, yeah, why that would be. So I'm kind of confused on that. So if we can get Lenny in here and kind of clear that up, that'd be good. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. All right, then, you guys. If you draft up some kind of paperwork, I can just sign it in the office.
Thank you.
Motion to approve OAP report.
So moved by Latency. Second by Dion. Question by Buffalo Lake. Yeah, right behind me. Okay, or second. Oh, was that? Oh, sorry about that, Susie. Question, or second by Susie, then question by Buffalo Lake.
So are we gonna hit Lenny's side, or are we just gonna, or is this done?
Oh, okay, just Lenny's right.
Why, I thought we were just gonna wait.
We don't need it.
Okay.
Is DC out there? Curdy, is DC out there? Mr. Eastman, you guys could go. I could just give me the paperwork. I'll say my.
Junior,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos,
Okay, I have,
Just
good
a second,
evening.
just a second. We're doing roll or the vote first.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Council by Marsha.
Okay, I just have a question for our leadership here. On the door, you are not vaccinated, don't enter, and I understand that, I agree with that also. But the part I find confusing is, please mute or shut your personal cell phones off upon entering tribal council chambers. The other part, no live streaming to social media is allowed, no picture taking allowed. Disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. If violation of these rules occur, you must leave the building, the meeting. Now, recording devices include a device for recording audio, sounds, images, and data with microphones with intent to record persons, live streaming by using a personal cell phone, and live streaming to broadcast to a social media network or networks. Now, the question I have, this sign that I just read to you, to all of our leaders, our esteemed leaders, why is this sign on the door? What is the reason for this? What are you as our leadership afraid of that people are going to let our tribal members know out in the community, be it on and off the reservation? And what do you not want the people to hear or get clarification on when something may be shared? The other question, what gives you, the council, the executives, the right or the authority to deny any tribal member to take pictures or record? The other question, asking questions is freedom of speech and freedom of the press, if you will. It is a right for. The question I have is, in closing, Itancha, please clarify why you authorized this sign to be posted. Why do you feel asking questions or recording is wrong? And it is not disruptive behavior. So if you could please clarify that. As the Itancha of this tribe, if you feel that it's right and anybody coming in is wrong, or if you feel this is wrong, then take this sign down. So please respond.
Thanks, Marsha. Madam Secretary wanted to say something real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to respond to Marcia's questions as much as I can, because we drafted that out of my office.
Okay.
And because my office oversees the health and education programs, and we were in a pandemic and still are, So that's the reason for that sign. And freedom of speech is fine, but we can set those parameters in our own chambers here. Because we have it live streamed by Tom Wilson.
Exactly. It's already being done, so there should be no opposition. Thank you for clarifying that.
No, it's already being done.
Yes.
So why does somebody have to sit out there with their telephone, their cell phone, and record and
Yeah.
take pictures?
That's why I ask you, why do you object to it?
Because it's already being done, and
Yeah.
this is our official recording right
Yes,
here.
so
not-
it's already
not
being
anything
done.
else.
It's just a duplication. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, I'm trying to talk and answer your questions.
Okay,
If you
good.
could
Thank
stop
you.
interrupting me.
Sure.
So this sign was put up because we're in a pandemic, so we needed to have people that, I mean, for the most part, everybody's wearing a mask out there. And so because we are still in a pandemic, we have to protect ourselves. Over 50% of us have had COVID
Yes.
because we continuously worked while everybody else got to stay home. And that's what our responsibility to the people.
Yes, I agree. If you're not vaccinated, then only put this part up, not the other part, depriving individuals to come in and observe. They are not causing disruptive behavior.
Some things are taken out of context that are put on social media, and that's why this is our official recording of our meeting, and it's all documented and recorded. And when people take pictures and put it on social media, they can put their spin on it.
Exactly. Their spin is probably more clarification and a better understanding for people to understand. If you listen to the social media or the things that are, your voice is muffled. You come out as a slur. It's not it's difficult to understand. So, and if you're concerned about the pandemic, yes, then just put the first part out there. Wear your mask. Yes, I agree. We are concerned about the health of everybody. Then only to put the first part and eliminate the second half. Don't deprive just tribal members of things that they can and have access to.
Thank you, Marcia, for your concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Itancha, I wish you would reconsider this. You are the leader of our tribe.
Thank you,
The
Marcia.
real Itancha. Then do something about this. Take it down, but leave the first part on if we have a real concern about not vaccinating. Myrna mentioned that's one of the concerns for the time, and I agree with that. Get rid of the second half.
Thank you, Marcia. DCA, is your chair available?
Dickie's out on travel, so I will be chairing the meeting for DCA.
Oh. We got the Veblen District Chair chairing our DCA meetings today. So when you're ready, I'm going to give you the floor. Make sure your mic is on because we have a listening audience.
You don't sound muffled.
Hello. DCA had its regular meeting on March 31st for the month of April. The following districts do have minutes. I'll just go down the line here and we'll start with Lake Traverse.
Good afternoon, Sex Council. Lake Traverse had their district meeting on March 19th. Motion number 3 is to allow 18-year-olds and up that are still in high school paid youth price for hunting and fishing license with provided high school enrollment. Motion number 4, that our tribal council select an attorney to sue the Army Corps of Engineers in resolution form. I think that pertains to them not letting the fish go down Little Minnesota River. They blocked it or something. Motion number 5, that based on our treaty tribe recommended to council that Steve Gunn be terminated. Motion number 9, to approve membership for the following. And that's it for Lake Traverse.
Thank you for presenting on behalf of your district. Is there a motion to acknowledge
So
the
moved,
Lake
Mr.
Traverse
Chairman.
regular district meeting March 19th, moved by Dion?
Second.
Second by Curtis. Question by Dallas.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, leaders. Going back to Chairman Renville, the floor is yours.
Okay, next on the list is Big Cooley, but they're not present. We'll get on to Enemy Swim.
Mr. Renville,
Yes,
if
sir.
you don't mind, if your district chair is not available, we have the district rep that could present your minutes, especially if you have new memberships. We want to get that on record, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. That'd be fine. That'd be great.
Oh, she is? Oh, okay. I guess she's... Can you just put this on the back? Okay. I
Yes,
see
we'll
that.
come back to that one then.
Thank you.
And then, next I will go on up to Enemy Swim.
Good afternoon. Enemy Swim held a regular scheduled district meeting on March 24th. Motion number 1, to have the ARPA money prorated among the districts. Motion number 3, to accept adults and youth members as listed. Motion number 4, to have retail taxes such as fuel, tobacco, that they have 100% of those taxes go back to the tribe. This motion is to be negotiated by our council representative, Dallas Owen, with the state. Motion number 5, to have our council representative, Dallas Owen, negotiate with the state online sales tax and the tax shares of the system opt-in Oyate. Motion number 6, to have our council representative, Dallas Owen, look into getting a tax attorney to help with the negotiations if needed. Motion number 7, to reaffirm the 638 of the Indian Health Service Administration. Motion number 8, to support housing, SWO housing, in looking for more funding to help with the cost to maintain and fix units. Motion number 16, to request a 10% gas discount at all 3 casinos to be reinstated during a gas increase. Motion number 20, that hunting and fishing licenses will not apply to children until they are out of high school. I think it's supposed to be turn 18. That was it.
Thank you, Chairwoman Owen. Is there a motion to acknowledge the Tokunawa District meeting March 24th?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Tokunawa,
Second.
second by Kakiza Haska.
Question.
Question by latency.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. Next we have Janelle Cook, Long Hollow.
Good afternoon, Council and execs. This is from March 26th Long Hollow Executive Meeting. I only have 2 motions. Motion number 1, to approve youth to adult for 2. Motion number 2, I have 4 for new district membership. And that's all I have for Long Hollow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is a motion to acknowledge the Long Hollow District or Executive meeting March 26th?
Motion, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Curtis, second by Dion. Question by Dallas.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to the Buffalo Lake District.
Good afternoon, Council and execs. Buffalo Lake had their district meeting March 27th. Motion number 2, to amend the motion on December 19th, 2021 that stated to support the DCA's motion made. That was just to change the date to March 3rd, 2021. Motion number 5, to accept adult membership as listed. Number 9, to approve the Buffalo Lanes Economic Relief Program proposal for $118,000 with the amendment to apply the remaining amount of $68,400. Motion 10, to support the nonprofit organization and LLC for the System Optin Housing Authority. Motion 12, to direct the Buffalo Lake District Representative Louis Johnson to ask SWO Planning Department where the policy is at for small business applying for funds from the ARPA. And that's all Buffalo Lake had.
Thank you for presenting the Buffalo Lake minutes. Is there a motion to acknowledge the monthly district meeting for March 27th? So moved by Louis.
Second.
Second by Curtis. Question by Dallas.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Okay, thank you. I see Buffalo Lake's representative is here, Lynn, Biculi.
Good afternoon, council and executives. We had 2 meetings in the month of March. One was for our February meeting, which was held March 20th. Motion number 5, to have SWO Council revisit the water infrastructure plan developed by Leanne Talbert when she was the planning director. Motion number 6, to have the BCD councilwoman get the information, outstanding checks for motion number 83 of the Friday, January 28th, 2022 SWO regular tribal council meeting minutes. Motion number 7, to halt all SWO construction projects until the SWO has the water infrastructure plan securely in place. Motion number 9, to have forensic audit done on SWST Fuel Inc. and to suspend SWST Fuel Inc. from receiving the importer-exporter tax from the Dakota Magic in accordance to SWO tax code. Motion number 13, to approve new adult memberships as listed. Motion number 14, to approve new youth memberships as listed. I'll move on to our March 27th, our regular monthly meeting. Motion number 6, that the SWO file a lawsuit against the Army Corps of Engineers regarding the Browns Valley project that caused the walleyes to quit spawning. Motion number 11, to have Leah Fighton, head of health board, have another feasibility study done on the SWO building, a nursing home for our members, as the last one was done approximately 15 years ago. Motion number 16, to approve the new youth memberships as listed. Motion number 17, to approve the new adult membership as listed. Motion number 20, to have 4th of July rodeo at the Powell grounds. And that's all we had.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for reading off your regular district meeting. Motion to acknowledge Sunday, March 20th and Sunday, March 27th, Big Coulee minutes.
Motion to accept Bikuli's minutes.
So moved by Susie. Second by Dallas. Question by Louis.
A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, let's on to Veblen. We had our executive meeting. We had an executive meeting on March 23rd, and that was motion to for the SWO Tax Commission to partner with the Yankton Sioux Tribe and their attorneys to work on a tax agreement with the state of South Dakota. And motion number 2, to go with 100% share of taxes on retail fuel and tobacco to come back to the tribe. And that was it for the executive meeting. Carry on? Okay. We had our regular meeting on March 20th. And those were the only 2 items that we needed to bring forward.
Motion to acknowledge the executive meeting on March 23rd of that Wednesday, and also to acknowledge Sunday, March 20th, regular district meeting minutes.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Gypsy.
Second.
Second by Curtis. Question by Dallas.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes?
Boyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Before we move on, I'm going to turn the floor over to Haiba.
I just wanted to make sure, do we need to say the names of the youth to adult rosters? Just as long as it's in the minutes? Okay. I think I asked that before, but it's
They're
been a
on,
while.
yeah,
Okay,
they're
thank
on
you.
record, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Gypsy. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, one of the discussions we had in our DCA meeting was we're still getting concerns and complaints concerning the conditions at the jail for our tribal people, and we were wondering where we're at with the healthcare, transportation, and people checking up on them, and just the basic living conditions inside the jail for our people. We've been, like I said, we've been getting a lot of complaints, and they're not being addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, on our leadership side too, we've been hearing the complaints too. I'm still waiting for a report. As soon as I get that, I'll hand it out to the council and DCA for your memberships.
Thank you. One other thing we would like to ask is we can get the policies and procedures and guidelines for the warming house and for the child care, little steps I believe was, and for the homeless shelter. If we can get some guidelines and the policies and procedures sent out to us so that we can advise our people.
Sure, Mr. Chair, after your meeting, you can just sit and talk with Madam Secretary. That's on her administration, and she'll get it out for you.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, Mr. Chair?
We did have another one here. The unobligated funds of the ARPA to be obligated to the Justice Center. Where are we at with concerns for the Justice Center?
Go ahead, Dion, then Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we just returned from meeting with congressional staff and the actual senators and representatives themselves regarding the police station, the Justice Center, and then an additional 25 beds. There's a program, it's 105L is what it's called, but basically what it is that the tribe would take out a loan, and then the BIA would pay for that loan for those facilities. So we're in the process of that right now. So we could use ARP funds, but one of the concerns I know for me anyway is that if there's another way to get those facilities as quickly as we can, but also save those ARP funds, because we really don't know, what's going to happen next year. We hope that we're going to go into the endemic phase of the pandemic and that we won't have a need for emergency food, that we won't have that need, but we also don't know that. So if there's, like I said, if there's another way that we can procure those those facilities without using our emergency funds, because it's got to last us through 2024, you know, and we're not even halfway through 2022. So we're trying to be careful, and we're trying to do as much planning as we can. But that, I think we are working, and I think we're going to go back to DC in May, so that those two facilities, in addition to the jail that is already being complete, or is already going to be broken ground in May, that those can be built at the same time. So there is progress. It's just we just got back Friday, late Friday, so I don't think any of us have had the opportunity to report that. But that's the way we're probably going to end up going. Thank you.
Thank you, Dion. Going over to Curtis.
So just an update on the Justice Center alone, the jail project. I checked with planning a couple weeks ago, and he just got off a conference call with the BIA, and they did sign a 20% design, so that's done. That's been waiting on the table since December with the BIA and on their office. So with everything, now they're looking at the application for the architect who's going to come in and actually build the jail. So the BIA wants to look at their application, which is already approved by us and our legal, and that's been sitting there too. So it's a slow process, but we're still hopeful that we're going to break ground in May with building that. And so just keeping our fingers crossed. We're still meeting weekly on that through, via Zoom and stuff. So we're having our weekly meetings, weekly updates, and we're pushing the BIA. So it's been a tough process, I can tell you that. But we're keeping their feet to the fire and making sure that we're moving forward on our Justice Center, because this year is going to be 7 years that, and we're this far now, so we're fingers crossed. We're still looking at May to break ground. So, thank you.
Thank you. And also, too, I appreciate our leadership for carrying up what the past leadership has done. They started, like Curtis said, about 7 years ago, and we want to keep up that good fight for our Justice Center. So we are continuing to pound on the doors for that issue. Anything else, Mr. Chair?
Keeping tabs of the hunting and licensing changed so the hunting and licensing issue, 3 districts have now come in with that, so would that become an action item for council to take on?
What was the issue on that? Can you remind me, please?
They raised youth hunting license change from 16 to 18 years, tribal members and those who are honorary members, and those who can show lineal descendants, also discuss getting report section 7 tax money. Oh, sorry, that was a little too far.
Next officials right here with Junior Kirk. Go ahead, Junior.
So we met last night, and if you get with your Fish and Wildlife representatives, the hunting guide that hasn't been approved yet, but it's coming back to all the districts. So then in that will get changed, because there's 3 districts that's already come in. So that'll be one of the changes that, the Fish and Wildlife board will get changed. It hasn't been approved yet, so it will get changed.
Thank you, Junior. So, Mr. Chair, it's still in the process, and we'll get there.
All right, and one other thing that we had on here, we're wondering where we're at with the retro pay for the district coordinators from the ARPA funding. I understand that some of the districts, or one of the districts has gotten theirs already. So I was wondering where we're at with the rest of it.
Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think Lake Traverse District has been working with Winona Burley. And so it's just a matter of you working with them to get that processed, because we've already done it. So it's up to the district. It's up to the district to make sure that happens. It's not we've already done our part. So you just have to get with Winona and she'll tell you what to do and get everything done that way.
Okay, so we work with Winona, not Sunny on that portion?
Well, you can, but Winona's the one that is handling the timesheets. There's a process. So yeah, you would have to, yeah.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Yep.
Another thing is, the gaming board, where are you guys at with the rules, regulations on any of that? Have you found any, come up with anything? When will that be, when are we looking for a time frame for putting that into place?
The chair of the board, can you?
So we're gonna have to sit down with DCA and figure out exactly what is it that you want, because you got 7 representatives, and that's this board here. So you have one from each district. So some of the questions are, why do we need to change it? This has been going on for years, and do they want to go back to the old way that they were doing it? Because they almost got themselves in trouble a couple of times because they're not PMO licensed, and they were making management decisions. And so that's where we want to get some rules and regulations on that. We don't want to have to reinvent the wheel or anything, but at the same time, we want to make sure we're doing what the districts want us to do and what's in there. Because they almost got themselves in trouble a couple of different times by micromanaging and making management decisions when they didn't have a gaming license to do that. So those are some of the issues, but we're gonna have to sit down and talk and get a roundtable with DCA and figure out exactly what you guys want in there. Because if we write it, it's gonna be different than probably what the districts want. So we're gonna have to get together and sit down and do that.
Go ahead, Chairwoman.
I just have a comment. So I think one of the main things is that the people are wanting a better accounting of actually more communication, more accounting of our tribal gaming funds and the amounts that come out to the districts. We're supposed to be getting like the 30%. When the gaming goes up, then so should our payments. A lot of the districts feel that they're just not getting the information from gaming that they feel that this board, the gaming board, would be able to bring to the table rather than just have council being that gaming board. There has to be we feel there should be another check and balance with that going on somehow. So that's basically what it is.
Go ahead, Jan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other thing, though, is that if we're creating a whole nother entity, there's a cost to that. Whereas when we have that responsibility, there's no additional cost, but there will be probably a large cost to having a whole nother entity. Just so I don't know, we have to consider where that will come from as well.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and changing of the code for the REB, Reservation Election Board, I understand we...
Go ahead, Dallas, floor is yours.
So, as you know, I made that motion way back when, and they were supposed to have that done by January 1st, and that did not happen. And so with it coming into election year, it just seems like, I don't even think that code's still being worked on to its finest point, so I don't think we'll see it by this election.
Madam Secretary.
I just want to add that the REB is the only board that is included in our tribal constitution. It's going to take a constitutional amendment to change that. So you have to start there. Under Article 5, Section 3, the council or an election board appointed by council, which they're appointed, shall supervise the maintenance of the district voting rosters and shall determine the rules and regulations governing elections, including absentee voting, qualifications for office, election dates, and recall elections. The council shall certify to the election of members after the election has been held. So the REB is part of the government structure in the Constitution. And at this point in time, the Constitution needs to be changed. And I know he might have made the motion, but there's no way that it's going to happen this year. It's an election year. They're already in the process. We already have a schedule. And right now, as of yesterday, the first notice went out in the Shota for the 4 weeks, inviting candidates to file their notices of intent. So we can't change this process in the middle of the stream, so to speak, because right now we have people in there that know what they're doing. And if we're going to throw people in the mix, it's going to just upset the apple cart. So, yeah, look at the Constitution.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Going back to Dallas.
And then I agree, Madam Secretary, and that's what I mean, like, the election process is already going to be starting. And all due respect, I do disagree to some extent on the interpretation of that section of the Constitution, because if the districts were to pick their representative, the council can then seat them, and then I think that'd still be in the full constitutional focus of keeping that together. That's just my opinion on the matter. But yeah, otherwise, I agree with Madam Secretary that what this process already started, it'd be very hard to change the code and then try to mash that together with what's going on now.
Thank you, Dallas. Madam Chair from Swim, you had your hand raised?
I just had one comment. Again, this process has been going on for the process for communication, the process for change for our reservation election board. We don't want to change the Constitution and say we don't want an REB. We, the districts, just want to say into who sits on that REB. One from each district is what the district is looking for, that the council, the secretary's office would have take into consideration the district's input. We could add that position to an elected position within our district. Whoever wants to represent the SWO, then you run, you get certified by tribal council. That's our only concern, is that the districts want a voice in that process. So, but now, like you said, yes, it is too late. But for the next round, how can we keep on track of some of these things that we need to, that our government needs to, keep moving forward? Is because we keep coming up with the same issues. So, it might get redundant, but we keep bringing them because we don't really have any, we get asked questions out there in the community too. So that's the only reason. No disrespect to anybody. That's just the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dallas.
And then that's a good question, Crystal. And then I do believe Gypsy was acknowledging earlier that the ordinance work group is working on codes, and that's one that they can actually continue working on while this process is taking place. And then once election season over, they can have it be done and then present it that way. And then that way, I see that as being efficient, but that way you're not going to run into this issue again. Thank you.
That is all we had gone over, and that is it for...
Thank you.
Motion to approve DCA report.
So moved by Oladensi, second by Dion.
Question.
Question by Curtis to approve the DCA report. But before, Lizzie, before I call for a vote, there's a question or a comment coming from Haipa. Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Lizzie. Call for vote, please.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs. Your question, Haipa.
Thank you. There was a couple of things my district wanted to get an update on where we're at that they didn't talk about, I guess, is that when we had that, a meeting with the Roberts County Commissioners of the jail people here, I believe it was Karen White had asked if we can get a legal opinion on that, how Roberts County is charging the tribal inmates, well, all people, I guess, that room and board fee, going back even 10, 15 years, according to some state statute, and we were going to get a legal opinion on that. And so I'm wondering if we made any progress towards that. No?
I didn't get an update from the legal yesterday.
Okay.
Or in her report. What's her report?
Okay.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Maybe I could have her give
Okay.
a real update on that, Gypsy.
Cool. And then the other one was, I don't know where we're at, but there was a motion, I don't know how long ago, about the construction management office. Are we developing that still? Is that going anywhere?
Yes, we still want to do that, but it's still in the planning office right now.
Okay,
I know I asked on it, but at that time, they said they're still working on that.
still in planning, okay. And then the other one was, same one was the civil rights office. If we've got any movement or anything on that.
I didn't know movement on the civil rights thing.
Okay. Okay, that was all, thank you.
Thank you, Gypsy. At this time, that concludes our agenda for today. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved by Dion.
Second.
Second by Olensi. Question? Oh, yeah. Members of the council, we are adjourned at 2:35.